Hello, hello. Welcome in. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Happy Saturday. Although it really doesn't feel like a Saturday because if you're in the US, you likely have Monday off work. So it's kind of like Friday. It's a little bit Friday-y today. So yeah. I decided to sprint tonight because one, I have a bunch of time this weekend. But two, I am going to start like an actual stream schedule moving forward. I'm going to sprint every Friday at this time, which is 5 p.m. Central. So yeah, I'll just be on here every Friday. And some Fridays I'll miss, but that's fine. So I do have everything scheduled June and July already. So yeah, I'll go ahead and put those in the calendar and come hang out with me on Fridays. But today is just Saturday because honestly, just wasn't ready yesterday. So yeah, that's the plan. Today, I should get my Spirit City ready so that I have it when we need it. But what do I want this? Hello, how's it going? What's been going on? I have been reading so much. Like, actually kind of an insane amount. If I go look at my story graph for the month, I mean, even my physical pile. So this month in May, I decided I'm doing a readathon, but I'm doing Escape the Readathon. And despite the fact that Escape the Readathon is absolutely competitive, it is not like intense in terms of structuring what you read quite as much, in my personal opinion. Because the way that it works is each team is like trying to escape this. Are we in a spacecraft? I'm pretty sure we're in a spacecraft. Needless to say, am I paying super close attention? No. But we're each in a spacecraft of some sort. And ultimately, each team is moving through different rooms of the spacecraft trying to get to the escape pod. And so for each room, when you are trying to get into the room, you have to read a book for a specific prompt. With those prompts, I personally have found them to be open-ended enough that I'm able to find something that I want to read pretty easily. A lot of them, they do allow for mood reading for me. So they've been like very, I would just say accessible. They're very accessible prompts. And then once you're in the room, then in order to complete the room, your team just has to read a certain number of pages. And then nobody knows like which teams have been in which rooms or how many rooms, etc. Anyway, so for me, that readathon has been very low effort because all I'm doing is reading. And then if we have a prompt to fulfill, then I just pick one from my TBR that matches that prompt. So it's been a low stress readathon month for me, but I have been focusing on reading specifically indie authors. I can't help it. If I go to an event that has indie authors there, I might take these off just for now. If I go to an event that has indie authors present, then like I'm gonna buy their books. You know what I mean? Like if I am talking to an author and they're a lovely person, they're a lovely human, what am I gonna do? Not buy a book? Please. Absolutely not. So I have been buying a ton of indie authors books lately. Oops. And then so for May, I was like, I gotta get control of this. My indie pile on my physical TBR was like double the size of any other genre because I organized by genre. So this month, I've been focusing on reading indie books for my physical TBR. I read 3 books total that are not. Yeah, oh, okay, back. Cool. But aside from that, I have read, what month are we in? We're in May. In May, I have read 17 books and 14 of them have been indies. No, 14 of them have been from my physical TBR. A couple books have not been indies, but that's okay. We're still getting it down. So yeah, I've been like reading so much and getting so many off my physical TBR. In case you don't know, I struggle with physical TBR. I mean, a lot of people do, I guess, but I'll show you a little bit of what I'm talking about because it's a little intense. Let's add to the stage. Hey, I will zoom in here so you can see, but I keep track of how many books I have specifically like on my physical TBR shelf at any given time. And this total books, which I realize now is very blurry. Let's zoom in a different way so that you can actually see it. So this total books is not the current number on the shelf. That is this books remaining. This total books is since I started tracking my physical TBR. I do have books outside of this that are just like books I've owned from the past. But in any case, so I'm tracking as I read books. This is my list. I check them off the list. There aren't as many checked as I'd like. And then I also keep track of how many books I gain every month. So how many like I add to my shelf. And so as you can see, books read versus books acquired. So far, like, oh, here you go. In February, I read 3 more books than I acquired. Or no, just kidding. Read this month. This is what we're looking at. How many books I read this month and how many books I acquired this month. In January or in February, I read 3, I bought 22. In March, I read 10, I bought 63 books. In April, I read 16, I bought 25, but this month in May, so far, I've read 15 physical books. I know Storygraph says 14, but I did read 15 because I counted a little like a bonus epilogue one. And I've only bought 19. So that means if I read 4 more books at least this month, then I will have a flat month. I will have a month where I read as many books as entered my home. That's insane. That's crazy for me. So I'm really proud. I'm really proud. I feel like I should be slightly less proud just because buying 63 books in 1 month was a little nuts. But in any case, I'm really, really trying to get my physical TBR down. So yeah, I am focusing on that and it's going really well. If you watch my roll for TBR series, I just rolled for 2 new books today. The books that I'm going to read for this sprint are not those 2 books because I still have a very long weekend of reading to go. So, but yeah, I'm pretty proud of myself, if I do say so. Today, before we hop into the comments, I am going to bring up Spirit City because I want to make sure that while we are sitting here, we are looking for a spirit. As a reminder, I only search for spirits while I'm sprinting. So if I don't have a spirit, it's because we haven't sprinted for it yet. So we are working through the train ones. We have all of them at home. We have all of them in the garden. And so now we're working on the train set. We're working on this one, which in shape resembles either like a Bulbasaur or a sheep, maybe. So we're going to be going for, I used to have trouble sleeping on night trains until I found a cozy spot inside the train and started counting sheep as the fields rolled by. Worked wonders for getting some rest. So I forget how I close out of this. Oh, there we go. So we're inside the train and we are going to be sleeping. I'm assuming we need to be sleeping. I'm assuming also it needs to be nighttime. And we need to be counting sheep. What did it say? Counting sheep is fields rolled by. So we need to change our scenery to be fields. That's what they needed. Cool. So fields are rolling by. We're sleeping. Oh, look at this. Look at how sleepy the cow is. She's so cute. And now we're finding spirit. Perfect. That's what we need to be doing. All right. So let's talk about what we're doing today. I plan on sprinting for probably like 6, maybe 7 hours. So whenever I do nighttime sprints, I am going to try to do nice long ones for you. Tonight, I have 2 books I'm trying to read. The first one, let's talk about this other one first, actually. I'm going to be reading A Forbidden Alchemy by Stacey McEwen. Just in case you needed to know. This bad boy, that's not a sticker. That's just printed on the book cover. So what the hell, Walmart? I mean, that is a little bit on me for buying a book at Walmart. That's true. But pissed about that. This is my book for May for my fantasy traveling book club. So I have already started this on audiobook and I need to get annotating. So I'm going to read this. I'm going to read this second though, because I recently finished a monster romance. And then in my brain, I was like, I would like more monster romance, please. And it just so happens I have one on my shelf that is relatively thin. Could get through this probably in a sprint or two. So I'm going to read Morning Glory Milking Farm first. So, in case you've read this, let me know. I'm interested. Oh, my name thing at the top is a little weird. So, planning on reading this. And we'll see how this goes for the first sprint or two there. It's like 200 pages, so I have a feeling I can get through it pretty quickly. Let's take a look at how you all are doing today. Glenda says, hello there, you've been missed. Oh, thank you. Hope all is well. All is well. I had like the busiest March and April ever for me personally. And so I feel like I've been taking May to just like sleep. So now I'm like ready to get involved with the world again, which is great. And Mel's here too. Oh, thank you. I miss you guys too. Y'all are so nice. Thank you. Mel says hello to Glenda. And hello. How's it? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna see all my friends today. This is gonna be just a really great time, I think. Hi, Carissa. How are you? Oh, hello. Hello to Carissa from Mel. Hello, Carissa from Glenda. Carissa's reading 11/22/63 by Stephen King. Fun fact, this is like the only physical book my husband owns. He is not a huge reader. He's very passionate about sports, but he has recently decided that he does want to read more and he wants to read Stephen King. So I actually bought him this book as a part of a Christmas present. And then he decided that he wanted to read Stephen King in publication order. So he's working his way through and he'll get to this one sometime. Right now he's in the middle of The Stand, and this is a man who across the course of, so we've been together 6 years, he has read 3.5 books. So right now he's in the middle of The Stand, and it'll be a while. Elena's here. Elena will be sprinting tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. Central. So if you're up for that, or if you are across the pond, that'll be a good sprinting time for you. Mel says, I'm struggling to read. Daggermouth put me in a book hangover. Yeah. My best recommendation, and this is maybe something that only will work for me, is that because Daggermouth was darker, grittier, and kind of required some brain power to be thinking about like the politics and power structures involved, pick up some fluffy, friend. Like, I am going to read A Forbidden Alchemy, and then very shortly after, I'm going to read The Atlas Complex by Oliver Blake. So I'm like, I need more fluffies to tide me over. Chris says hello to Mel and Glenda. Elena, can you send me the link for what? What are you looking for the link for? Maybe. Hello to Elena from Mel, and right back at ya. Chris says, I've been reading the same book for the past few months. I've been struggling a little bit. That absolutely happens. There are some books I feel like, what's an example? There have been a couple of books that just took me a while because for some reason, every time I thought about getting back into it, my brain just didn't want to let me. So I think that's valid. And I get it. Glenda is reading 2 Nat Galley arcs, The Draken King by Terry H. Benton Walker, a Black queer romantasy, and Death Card by Jasmine Smith. Death Card looks so stupid good. The cover art for Death Card is flawless. It looks amazing. I'm very jealous. Elena says, I'm reading That's Not My Name by Megan and Allie. Excellent. And just got my Starbucks mobile order. I am drinking, McDonald's has their new, their dirty sodas. I don't like dirty sodas. I don't like cream mixed with my soda. So I actually do their mango dragon fruit thing with strawberry boba, but without the strawberry boba. So it's basically a mango dragon fruit refresher from Starbucks, but not from Starbucks. So And hello to Glenda from Elena and back. And Jean's here. Hello, Jean. Just finished the arc of An Arcane Study of Stars, deciding a reading. Amazing. I need to read that also. I have the arc and ALC for that one. So I need to get on that because how late am I for that one? That one only launched a month ago. So that's still pretty good for me. Feels terrible to say. So because I've been focusing on my physical TBR like so hard, I'm like, I've been a little lax on my arcs. I feel like next month, June, is Prideopoly. I'm doing Prideopoly for June. And that I'm going to do a ton of physical books for because I have so many queer books. But then for July, in July, I have 2 enormous road trips, like 2 major road trips. So I think in July, I'm going to prioritize all of the arcs that I have audio for because I have audio for a couple of these from NetGalley, but then there's a couple of older arcs that are overdue that I can get the audio for. So like a great example is I do finally need to read Mother of Death and Dawn. And if I'm going to be driving for an 18-hour car day, I might as well read Mother of Death and Dawn, you know? So there's a bunch of things that I can do audio for and just do those while I'm driving. And I think that's going to be my plan. But I'm excited to read specifically An Arcane Study of Stars because this is by Sydney J. Shields. If you don't know, Sydney Shields wrote The Honey Witch, and I loved The Honey Witch. So this is Sydney's foray into less cozy fantasy. Mel says hello to Jean. Glenda says hello to Jean. And Sarah stopped by. Currently out, but I wanted to pop in and say hello. Hi. Thank you. Welcome in. And Christina is popping in. Hello. And giving us all the reminders. Remember to hydrate, feed yourself. I do have Taco Bell that I'm going to be eating during Sprint 1. Take your meds, check your laundry, stretch. And if you would, please show some love to the like button, to subscribe. That'd be great. Especially because I am going to be sprinting regularly now every Friday. So I'd love that if you wanted to. You don't have to, no pressure. And Glenda says hello to Sarah and Christina, who say hello back. Y'all say hi a lot. Jean says, I loved 11/22/63. I think my husband will really like it. I'm considering reading it with him because I think that'd be cute. He might not want that though. I'll read it in like a day. Mel says, hello, Christina, babe. And Krista says, I'm currently reading it with a few people and I feel like I've been taking forever. The Stand was a good one. The Green Mile is my favorite King book. He's currently on The Stand. So this is his 4th, I think. And he really liked Carrie so far. I don't know how he's feeling about The Stand. I think he's like 20% through. He's been cooking because we have this weekend completely free. He's putting on lotion, regular Bath and Body Works lotion, people. He's putting on lotion, pulling his sleeves all the way up to expose as much skin as possible. He's sitting outside and cooking. He doesn't like sunscreen. I have talked to him about this. I'm whispering because he doesn't hear me talking about him. But he just sits outside and cooks and reads Stephen King books. That's his vibe. Chris says, Christina! Mel says, a fluffy sounds perfect. I need to check my Kindle and see what I have. Look, if you want me to recommend an indie fluffy romance novel, I will. I just finished Alive at Night by Amelie Reese, and it was great. It was very fun. I loved it a lot. Jean says, that scares me, Mel. I am on chapter 3 of Daggermouth. Here's the thing. Daggermouth, it's a good book hangover because the end, I'm going to cry talking about it. The end has a great payoff, like impactful payoff, in my personal opinion. So you close the book and you're like, how do I continue going on now that I finished this? So that's what Mel's talking about. You just need something to fill the brain space for a while that you don't have to think about. Christina says hello to Jean. And Chris is also knitting a sleeve and a cardigan. Carissa, show us the cardigan. Toss a picture in Discord. Like, let us know. Jean says, Allie, how many books did I buy in Atlanta? Do we have to talk about it, Jean? In Atlanta, I bought, oh boy. So I did buy Morning Glory Milking Farm in Atlanta because my local bookstores have been out of this for months. I bought Crucible and Chrysalis by BB Reed. That's 3. I bought The Banned Bookshop of Maggie Banks by Shauna Robinson. I got Real Men Knit by Kwana Jackson. A Few Rules for Predicting the Future by Octavia Butler. A History of Basketball and 15 Sneakers by Russ Bankston. That's actually for my husband, so it's like it's not one of mine. The Boldest Way, a children's book. Big Girl Blitz by Danielle Allen, which I've already read, and I love it. I bought it because I loved it. Witch Queen Rising by Savannah Stevens. Rebecca Not Becky, and I can't read the authors' names. Christine Platt and Catherine Wiggins something. And then Black and Queer on Campus. So I bought 12 books. 10 of those went onto my physical TBR. So, but I had a really good time. I loved buying them. There is a picture of them on my Instagram. I have a picture of like me in front of a bookstore. And that carousel has the picture of everything that I bought while I was there. So I also went to see Six the musical again because it slaps. So Mel says, I wasn't expecting to get into a book hangover, Jean, but Daggermouth is that good, especially with all the twists. Yeah. Christina says, Friday or Saturday? You know today's Saturday, right? Yes. Today I'm sprinting on Saturday because it's a long weekend and I just wasn't ready last night. But starting next week, I think. No, starting in June. I'm probably going to sprint next week too, but I'm TBD on that a little bit. But starting in June, I will sprint every Friday at 5 p.m. Central. So all the ones that I'll be doing are scheduled. There will be a couple weeks where I'm traveling that I won't be sprinting, but I've got it all scheduled. You can go click the notification bell. Krista says, The Stand is a very long book, but the payoff is worth it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna take your word for it. I don't have a lot of interest in a lot of Stephen King books. I have read fairy tale, but I don't like horror. So it's not my vibe. Mel says, I'm up for Rex for fluffy, feel-good romance. Number 1, anything by Talia Hibbert. Literally any book she's ever written. Coming up here soon, I'm going to be reading A Girl Like Her, which is the start of the Ravenswood series. I just finished The Fake Boyfriend Fiasco by Talia Hibbert, and it was great. It was probably tied for my favorite Talia Hibbert book so far with actor Ajif Brown. I recently read Take a Hike by Mimi Grace. It's an indie book, and it was very cute. I liked it a lot. And a friend of mine just released her newest hockey romance. It's called Ruin the Friendship by Alice Daniels, and it's also very cute. It does include a pregnancy trope, just as a heads up. I haven't been a huge fan of pregnancy, but I did really enjoy the book, so there's that. Mel says, I love how H.M. Wolf built up the end and the message behind it. Oh, yes. I think what surprised me the most about the ending was that it had so much meaning behind it that it really welled the emotions. Krista finally checked out Strange Folk from the library. Yay! I love Strange Folk. I have an arc of the second book that I don't know if it's in the series per se. I don't think it's a series, but it's similar vibes. It's called Night Songs. I loved Strange Folk. I need to buy one. I need to buy a copy because I want to turn it into a prose piece for my students to perform. Glenda says, the YA fantasy book Death Card comes out in August, and Black Queer Romantasy, The Dragon King, comes out in November. All right. I have been seeing people talk a ton about Death Card. I have not heard them talk about The Dragon King. So if you wanted to, first and foremost, Glenda, I don't know why you're not a mod on my channel, so I'll fix that. But if you want to, toss us a NetGalley link for it, that'd be fine. I'd be okay with that. Christina says, just think of it as rehoming books. You rescued them. I did from new bookstores. So Mel says, I'm still waiting for my hold of Witch Queen Rising. Let me know when you have it and I'll read it with you. That'd be cute. Elaine is back now. Welcome back. And Mel says, excellent point, Christina. We're just rehoming. We're just helping the books find a place to live. Absolutely. Krista says fairy tale was a weird one, but I liked it. It wasn't that weird to me because I already read a lot of fairy tale fantasy. So that's where I'm like, oh, for me, it felt pretty normal. You know what I mean? Chris says, I'm thinking about getting the audiobook for it so I can listen on my way to work. I'm a big fan of audiobooks this year, especially like because I've been prioritizing physical reads. I have been sort of on Storygraph. The whatever way I listen to it most is what I will log, but Storygraph is like 10% digital and then an even split of physical and audio for everything else. So, yeah. All right. That's all of our comments. So, you know what time it is? You know what time it is. Let's hop to Spirit City. Ew. I'm going to move this over here. And while we are looking for our spirit, we're going to turn our timer on. I think we're going to do just our sprints today until I'm too tired to continue, honestly. So we will read for an hour. I'll see how far I can get in Morning Glory Milking Farm. And then I will see you all back here in just a little bit. In the meantime, if you'd like, please feel free to sprint hop. There are a couple of other people sprinting right now tonight. So Paula is still sprinting over for Cookie Mayhem. Alexis is sprinting for Escape the Readathon. Beck is sprinting over on Twitch for Prideopoly. So you have lots of options to be sprint hopping, and I will get some links in the comments for you so that you can see those and join people. So I'll see you all in an hour. Bye. All right, welcome back. How'd it go? I didn't even realize that we were that close to being done. But let's real quick. We got a spirit. Let's check out this first before we do anything else, because then we can start getting ready for the next one. Oh, it is a sheep. Oh, okay. This one's cute too. I mean, there's not a lot of them that aren't cute, but this one is really cute. Bush sheep. I wonder if it comes in purple. That's cute. This next one, looking like an angler frog with wings. Oh, a flutter. Oh, and I have to have flutter frog enabled. Okay. Flutter frog, middle of the night, swim in its sleep, hearing the sea. So we're going to be nighttime. We'll go change into flutter frog. Is this flutter frog? I assume. The winter flutter frog is cute too. We want to be asleep, and maybe the ocean. Can I do the ocean behind us? I assumed that we would want ocean behind us for sleeping. Flutter frog, got it, has been tossing and turning middle of the night, trying to swim in its sleep. Oh, hear the depth of the sea, meaning we need a sound on for the next one. Like seagulls? Whoa. Not seagulls. Deep sea echoes. That's exactly what it is. It's definitely got to be this sound, but we're still not catching it yet. What is it? Depths of the sea, nighttime. I have flutter frog with me. What am I doing wrong? We've got the sea next to us, got the frog, and we're sleeping. Can I be sleeping outside? No, I can't. Huh. All right, so I don't know what to do with this one. Might look it up real quick. Please hold. Let's see. Train spirits. Spirit City. Train DLC Spirits Guide. Whatever one is after Bush Sheep. Okay, inside the train. Choose scenery. Come on, I know. I'm already. There we go. I did not realize that this decor is literally I'm underwater. I thought I was supposed to be seaside. I didn't realize that this one was underwater because I couldn't see it. Okay, cool. That's what we need. Now we will work on finding the next thing. Let's hop back here and let's talk about books. So I am reading Morning Glory Milky Farm. I did play around a Fortnite, so I am only on page 30. It's going to be the exact level of spicy that I anticipated, which is great. I think that if I had not been ready for this book, I might have had some concerns, but I know exactly what I'm getting into with this. I would also like to point out that I do have a cock mark in here, which is the bookmarks shaped like a, well, you can guess. So don't report me to YouTube. And it has a little white tassel, which also feels very appropriate for the book. So that's how I'm doing. I think that this next sprint I will be able to get almost completely done, given that I didn't start reading until like at least halfway through this time. All right, let's see who's here. Jean was talking about reading Daggermouth. I don't need to read two book hangovers back to back. Our Sister's Keeper was good. It isn't too horrific for me. Oh, because Our Sister's Keeper, it's a bindery book coming out in June. In case you'd missed it, I love bindery. Bindery is amazing. I love them. So I'm interested. It does look really good, and I was worried about it kind of being like a gothic horror, but if you think that it's not too scary, then maybe I should read it. Mel and Kelly and I actually did a book discussion on Our Sister's Keeper on Kelly's channel. I'll go watch that then. I will go watch that sometime. Mary's here. Hello, Mary. How are you? What are you reading today? Or what are you working on tonight? Glenda says hi to Mary and hi back. And Paula swung by. Hi, Paula. Paula is just finishing sprints for the day because it's like 2 a.m. her time. So she's busy. But now Jen is sprinting at Pacing Through the Pages for Kooky Gayhem this weekend. Alexis is sprinting over at Alexis Fully Booked for Escape the Readathon. I'm not sure if Beck is still sprinting for Predopoly at this time. I suppose I could find out. But so there are multiple people sprinting today, and I hope that Paula's sleeping well. Cleo's here. Hello, how are you? How's our book? Yeah, Morning Glory Milky Farm is exactly what I expected it to be, which is I'm very happy with. Jamie's here. Hello, Jamie. How are you? What are you working on today? What are you reading? I feel like often you're reading like 3 things at once. So what 3 things are you reading? Tika's here. Hello. How are you? Morning Glory. Love that book. Yes. You all know that I'm a huge fan of Milking with the Minotaur by Cassandra Medcalf. She's a local indie author to me. I loved that book. I have a feeling that this one is in a monster erotica book. Milking with the Minotaur is more of a monster romantic book. So I think that's going to be the core difference there. But I'm really enjoying it. And Mel says got 12% in DCC 3. I don't know anything about DCC. All I know is that I don't know that I would love it, honestly. And I have so many other books on my priority list that I'm just like, I'm not bothering. I have so many other books that are on my list that are going to take higher priority. So maybe in 2 years, who knows? Cleo says, I'm reading As Good as Dead right now by Holly Jackson, and you're speechless right now. All right. I hope that's a good speechless, because I have to tell you, some books that I've read, Red Rising, I was speechless because of how much I hated it. So I hope you're speechless in a good way. Teague says, adds Milking with the Minotaur to the TBR. I cannot say enough good things about Milking with the Minotaur. I absolutely freaking loved it. I thought it was great. Huge fan. I keep all of the books that I've like finished and liked downstairs, and I wish that I kept them up here so that I could just take it off my shelf and be like, look at how pretty it is. So yeah, highly recommend. Mel says, I love Bindery too. I just requested 2 more arcs from them on NetGalley. Resonant by Jeremy Jacobson and A Complement of Scoundrels by S.V. Lockwood. Yeah, I love Bindery's whole deal. I think that it's a very good idea to find people who have a stake in the reader ecosystem and to prioritize the values that they're prioritizing. So I think that what they're doing is just excellent. I have several of their books on my TBR. I have several of their books on my wish list. So I just signed up for like a book swap situation. So maybe I'll get one of their books for my wish list from that. So otherwise I gotta wait till my birthday. It's in November. So I'm like, okay. But Tig is reading The Secret Garden. Technically a reread, but it's been ages. I do love The Secret Garden. That's a comfort reread. Cleo says, oh no, Red Rising is on my mental TBR. Here's the thing. I generally, this is just a general statement, not something I'm doing on purpose. I don't read books by cis men. Cis, white, straight men. In efforts to prioritize reading books that are more by other diverse authors, I simply have not picked up a book by a straight cis white man in a while. And as a result of that, I mean, like, I'm talking 99.9% of the books that I read are by women and non-binary folks. What this means is that when I picked up Red Rising, because it's part of my fantasy traveling book club, I picked it up and I was like, oh, this book was written by a man. Like, I don't know any other way to say it except that the writing style just came from a worldview that I haven't been living in, and I don't know that I want to go back to living in. It sounded the way this is gonna sound terrible. Reading that book felt like listening to my boss Chad talk, and he's a tech bro, Chad. So, that's my feelings on Red Rising. The premise of it was interesting, but I've also read more diverse fantasy books that were along similar lines that I've loved more. The writing style absolutely killed me. It was also, I personally did not like, and granted, I got like 25% of the way through the book. The world building was done really, in my opinion, kind of poorly. The main character is like it's a first person narration for a lot of it. And the main character was narrating things that the main character should not have known in order to give the reader exposition. And I'm like, why didn't you just have another character explain things to the main character so that we would get at that? Like, it was really weirdly done. Not a fan. So anyway, back to books by women. So there's that. Another really good bindery book I read was Burn the Sea by Mona Tuare. This one is on my list. I want to read this one. It looks good. It looks really good. Jamie says, I read Operation Bounce House by Matt Denman earlier this week, a standalone, and loved it. I did not realize that one was a standalone. I've seen it around, but I thought that it was a part of Dungeon Crawler, Dungeons, Dragons, same thing. Anyway. Chris says, I didn't realize you came back. I got to chapter 22. Amazing. Great job. Jamie says, I'm finishing up How to Cheat Your Own Death by Kristen Purin in audio at 67% now. All right. So you're gonna finish pretty quick here tonight. Teague says, I've had a slew of DNFs lately, so I went with a classic comfort read to try and break the trend. I love that. I almost always in January feel a little bit of a cliff. And so in late January, early February, I did that. I reread the Anne of Green Gables series because I was like, I need something that will make my heart happy. Glenda says hello to Cleo and Tag. Chris says, I want to read Red Rising, and I have the audiobook for it. I did immersive read. What I read, I did do an immersive read for it. Teak says, I also didn't pick up books by cis straight white men, though I really enjoyed Coffin Moon by Keith Rawson last year, so there's the odd exception. Yeah. There's always, there's absolutely exceptions, and it's not that I'm, avoiding by any means. It's that when I look at the list of books that I want to read, and especially, as a cis white woman myself, I think that there are worldviews that I need to learn more about, and unfortunately for straight cis white men, I got a bunch of those around me. I feel like I understand their worldview enough, so... Cleo says, Tech Bro Chad, permission to use that as my new insult to creepy men. That's actually his name. That's my boss name. That's also my dad's name, technically, so. Jake says, hello to Glenda. Jean says, Mel, did you get Strange Lights by Mira Gonzalez? Is that another bindery book, Jean? But apparently it's available to request. Teague says, Milking with the Minotaur is in Kobo Plus, and I share my account with my mom. Download it. Download it right now. Please do. Also, Teague, tell me. So I just got a Kobo. Let's take a look at it, shall we? I got a bunch of stuff over here on top of it. Says crack a cold one and let's get reading with a picture of a Diet Coke. So got a Kobo. I got it for free. I got it as a giveaway, which I love. But my question is, I have not been on Kindle Unlimited for a long time. Because I've been trying to divest from Amazon. So now I have a Kobo. I've been focusing so much on my physical TBR because I still have well over 200 books on there. So I'm like, do I get Kobo Plus? And I don't know what the selection is like. If it's thematic, like if it's, I don't want to say worth it. I want to say like if it's got a similar selection as Kindle Unlimited, let me know. Also, look at this little Kobo sleeve that I got. If you are attending the Round Trip Readers event in 1 week on Saturday, May 30th, surprise, this will be in your swag bag. So I run a book crawl tour event service with my friends, and our first event is on Saturday. We get everybody together on a bus, and we go to different bookstores, and we have a swag bag for attendees. And so a local vendor who makes book sleeves, Kindle sleeves, etc., like said, hey, I would love to make them for your swag bags. I'm like, you want to donate 30 of these? That's crazy. So Darula Designs, just in case you want to look her up, Darula, Darula Designs, makes little Kindle book sleeves, etc. This one is actually a book sleeve. Keep Morning Glory Milking Farm safe. But they went through and they found one that matched our branding. I'm like, this is the cutest, sweetest, nicest thing anyone's ever done. So now I'm currently using it as a Kobo sleeve to keep my Kobo safe until I get a cover that has a front flap. So tell me more about Kobo Plus, and also please download Milking with the Minotaur right now. Your mom will love it. Cleo says, my biggest comfort read will forever be Bridge to Terabithia. I think that's very valid. Mine is Aragon by Christopher Paolini. The only white straight cis men that I will consistently read just because it's a comfort reread for me. Krista says, the book I want to read next is Keeper of the Lost Children by Sadika Johnson. Oh. I'd requested the ARC but got denied and I was so bummed. That sucks, but hopefully you can read it soon. Krista says, how do you like your Kobo? I love. The only challenge that I'm having so far personally is that so when I won it in a giveaway, I won a case, I won the stylus, I won the remote. So the only challenge that I have right now is with the stylus. I love that I can annotate, highlight, etc. But you can only do that on Kobo files, meaning things that are on Kobo Plus, purchased from the Kobo store, or a KEPUB file. Most ARCs are in EPUB format. So I am struggling just a little bit. Like if I'm getting a book from BookFunnel, which I do get some ARCs from, then it's a little bit of a challenge because then I can't necessarily annotate. So that part I'm struggling with a little bit. But I think from my understanding, I am able to like take like an EPUB from BookFunnel and change it to a KEPUB. So I might try that. But other than that, I love it. Lexi's here. Hey, Lexi, how are you? Just got sent a link for an ARC today. Have to look what it's called, but yay. I love getting sent links to ARCs. That's amazing. Jean says, yes, it's another bindery book that Coda and I got for September. And this is this one, Strange Lights by Mira Gonzalez. Yeah, you'll have to check it out. Here's the thing, if it's from bindery, I trust it. So Lex says, perfect life per the download link they sent me. So maybe. Krista says, Kobo Plus doesn't have as big a selection as when I did my free trial. That's why I won't go to Kobo completely. I get that. And if I'm reading on an ebook, I'm reading either an ARC, a book that I'm not sure I'm going to enjoy, so I don't want to get a physical copy yet. A great example is going to be some of the books that are on my 26 and 26 list. Trial of the Sun Queen by Nisha J. Tooley. I don't know if I'm going to love it yet. And I don't know if I'm going to want to continue the series. If I buy physical copies of that, I am going to want to make sure that I get the whole series that they match. So since I don't know if I'm going to love it and continue yet, that's one that I'll buy on Kobo. So it's like, I didn't use Kindle Unlimited ultimately. So that's where I struggled. It's like, I didn't use it. I didn't use Kindle Unlimited. So that's why I don't think Kobo Plus will be a challenge if it's limited. Teek says, I do enjoy Kobo Plus and it's growing, especially with more people divesting from Amazon. It's not as full as KU, but it's got a lot. I definitely listen to enough from it to make it worth it, which I do like. I've downloaded the Minotaur. Beautiful. I'm sorry, an actual correct salute. Jamie says, my comfort read are the Discworld series and Lord of the Rings. I have Discworld like on a distant TBR. So same with Wheel of Time. Teek says, Kobo is launching a Storygraph integration next month too. Hell fucking yeah, they are. I am so excited. You all know how much I love the Storygraph. If you are not on Storygraph and you are like, hey, I don't get it. I don't understand how it works. I don't like it. Tell me. I will gladly hop on a Discord voice call. I will do it on a stream like this. I will walk you through how to use the Storygraph. I will talk you through any questions that you have. I love them, and I would love to tell you why. Storygraph is amazing, and now that they're getting to integrate with Kobo, can't wait. I'm pumped. Jean says, my old office was full of chads as well. Guides who repeat anything I would say and get the credit. Nowadays, the Chad just has AI psychosis, essentially. That's all of them. Chris says, my comfort read is Harry Potter. Lexi says, I'm good, super tired, was on late last night with Coda, and then my sister had graduation today, so I'm beat. Coda sprint's real late. I don't think I've ever personally made it to the end of a Coda sprint. Alex says, but watch the second I try to lay in bed, I won't be able to sleep. Melatonin, baby. Or because I have ADHD, I'll just pound a Diet Coke. That'll work. Mel says, I've requested Strange Lights, and now we wait. For Bindery, I'm a member of... Come on. Bindery books. I'm a member of 2 binderies, like a paid member. So there are 2 of them that I get physical arcs for because I'm in the physical arc tier. So the way that Bindery works is if you... Come on, there we go. If you can either be a free member, meaning you will get updates from them as they post updates. You might get the opportunity to like participate in things. But if you move up, if you like upgrade, there are a couple of different tiers. There's a supporter tier, which is like $5 a month, where you will automatically get an e-arc. Or there's a $12 a month tier where you will get physical arcs. And then for $25 a month, you get a whole bunch of stuff. And there's a couple. I want to be a paid member of like all of them, all of the Bindery imprints, but I'm currently a paid member of 2. I'm thinking about adding a 3rd at the highest level because I just love his taste in books. Michael LeBourne's imprint, Left on Red Books. So just, I'm thinking about it. Carissa says, I use KU a lot and I don't know if I want to switch. I have the Kobo Libra 2 and I want to get the Kobo Clara because the size is closer to the size of my Kindle. I think that's fair. I also I think that there's a lot of people right now who are really pressuring people to switch. And full disclosure, I wasn't planning on switching yet. I was planning on waiting until my Kindle dies. Or that there's an issue that I can't surmount on my Kindle. I don't think you have to buy a new device if your existing device is working fine for you. Indie authors have been very clear that KU is a staple for them. And so, like, in the grand scheme of things, I think that there's a lot of pressure from people to change and get off Amazon. But I'm like, okay, that's costs a lot of money for a lot of people. It's not super attainable for a lot of folks. But then B, the more we buy these devices, that's also not good for the environment. So if you have a device that works fine and you are not feeling like you have to switch, you don't have to. You definitely don't have to. Lexi says, I have the Minotaur arc as well. Hell yeah. And I will tell you that the author of Milking with the Minotaur, Cassandra, she's a delight and would love to hear your thoughts in the book. I just finished this morning reading her Love for the Love of Titans series. It's just 2 books, but it's about Krakens. And the second book in that series got a little more intensely dark monster romance than I was anticipating. I'm a fluffy romance gal. That one got a little darker. Mel says, I should make a video about how to use Storygraph. I'm sure a lot of people would find it useful. I might. Catch me outside. I might. I might just do a stream that's Storygraph focused. I haven't scheduled one for next week yet, but maybe I do that. Maybe I just schedule next Friday's stream and we will schedule a Storygraph walkthrough for like the first half hour. Lexi says, I didn't stay the entire time last night, but I stayed until almost 2 a.m. my time. That's what I'm talking about. Every time I'm like, yeah, I'll stay up for the whole stream. And then Coda's like, go until 5 a.m., baby. And I just can't. Krista says, I think Katie has a video on how to use Storygraph. I did on one of my sprints. Oh boy, during NetGalley November, I walked through Storygraph and how to use it, but I would do it again. So Jamie says, I officially switched my primary booklog site from Goodreads to Storygraph this year. Goodreads was making so many errors and I got too tired of its pushy search features. I personally believe, like, I see a lot of people on threads talk about, like, I just can't switch to Storygraph. It's too clunky. It's not cute. They don't do upgrades. And I'm like, number one, Goodreads ain't cute. Its color scheme is like pasty white. I think we got enough pasty white in our lives, in America especially. So, I mean, I don't think that Goodreads is super aesthetic. I also don't think, like, they have not updated their site since like 2009, basically, and Storygraph pops out updates every month. So a lot of people, I'm like, what are you doing? But yeah, I think that, like, I will still continue to post indie and ARC reviews over to Goodreads because I want to make sure that I'm posting there if it's going to help readers and publishers. But Storygraph is where I'm actually tracking my reading. And once I switched over, it was extremely easy to stay in that lane. Cleo says, I started with Storygraph and will never go back. Yeah, I'm a fangirl. I have very strong feelings on this. Mel says, I want to be part of Janani's I love her book recs. Yes, this story and it's over. I love, like, all of their recs. I literally, I'm like trying to sort through my brain thoughts about how much I love Bindery. I love that the tastemakers who are part of Bindery, they take their role as a publisher very seriously. Like, just like it's the reason that we love Kelly so much, because Kelly genuinely loves books, and the tastemakers at Bindery genuinely love books and love sharing stories with people. And so they're not only talking about the books that they're publishing, which are excellent, like seriously incredible books, but they're also frequently, like, every single day, I'm seeing stuff from Bindery tastemakers on what books they recommend, on what indie authors they think you should read, like, keep an eye out for, and like constantly putting out information about how more people can experience great books. And I just love that. Teek says, for what it's worth, I have both a Kindle and a Kobo. I use both KU and Kobo Plus. All right. I'm like, I might move to Kobo Plus. Here's the thing. If my physical TBR gets under 100 books, sure, I'll get Kobo Plus. How about that? I have too many physical books to read. Krista says, I just don't want to need to buy all the books over again. Honestly, I mainly use my Kobo for ebooks from the library. Yes. And I would say if I don't have a book, I'm not going to buy a physical copy yet. The vast majority of the time, I'm on Libby for it. I will only buy one if it's a book that I like from an indie that I really want to support. Also, like, I just got on a street team, so I bought the books, the previous books from that author just to make sure that I like have them forever, that I can reference them. So Jean's asking Mel, did you get the second book from the Bandit Queens author? And Mel says yes. So excited. Lexi says, Storygraph doesn't update. What rock are they living under? Literally, and here's the thing. Goodreads is owned by Amazon. Amazon famously has like a gazillion developers. Like they've got the talent and the people in-house. They could overhaul that site and set it live on time for when we all go back to work on Tuesday. If they wanted to, they could. If they wanted to, they would. Storygraph has a 2-person development team, and they are cranking out features. Like if you stack it against how often Goodreads gets updated, they are shipping features like 100 times faster than Goodreads with a dev team of 2 against all of Amazon's firepower. So when people are like, they don't update very much, I'm like, it makes me so mad. So anyway, Mel says, I love how the creator of the Storygraph really listens to users and their concerns, and they're transparent about it. They have a whole board of here's all the features that we're working on. Here's when you can expect them. Here's where you can vote on the features you'd like to see so that we can make sure we're delivering features that the majority of users are going to find helpful. It's phenomenal. Lexi says, I track all my books on Goodreads, but just that I read the book in my rating review. If I write one, my actual daily reading, I use Storygraph for. Yeah. Usually like, so I'll make sure if I finish an indie read and write an indie review or like an ARC review for NetGalley, I will immediately go post that to Goodreads. And then once like a quarter, I go into Goodreads and update all of my reading dates just to make sure that they're in there. So Jamie says, I still miss the spreadsheet-like format of Goodreads' bookshelf section, which I like a lot better than Storygraph's options for actually grouping and seeing all my finished books. I get that. Like I know what view you're talking about. And whoa, when did I see it? I saw it on Threads. Storygraph had posted, somebody had requested like a demi export option. So I know that some people have asked for something like this, at least. Jean says, I love the narration of Milking with the Minotaur. The author should be a narrator. Fun fact, she is. So Cassandra Metcalf, author of Milking with the Minotaur, actually began her career as a narrator first. She has an audio engineering degree. She has an audio engineering degree. It's what her whole thing is about, was audio engineering and narration. So she started as an audiobook narrator and then started writing. And she's got a pretty hefty backlist. So if you like her writing, she only has 3 monster romance books out currently, but she has a bunch of contemporary romance, and then she narrates a lot of romance and dark romance, especially. So Teek says, yeah, my physical TBR is totally under control. Yep, that's what's happening. Right there with you. Lexi says, I actually need to go back and read the ebooks I bought on BNN forever ago. I only keep the app because I haven't read anything I bought on there. As I was going through my Kindle, like I went through all of the arcs that I have that have not yet been archived. Woo! Excuse me. Can't be doing that too early. All of the arcs that there's some arcs that I have that I downloaded to Kindle that have now archived. Those ones I'm going to have to read on my Kindle or my phone, I guess. But then there are some arcs that had not even archived, and if they were available for Kobo, I downloaded them to my Kobo. But I'm going to have to, there's still some on my Kindle or like ones that I got directly from an author a long time ago that I'm going to have to go back to my Kindle for. Oops. Jean says, here, only Kobo works with the library. They say Kindle is coming soon, but they've been saying this for years. That'd be very funny if they're just like, yeah, Kindle's coming. Go buy a Kobo. The other thing that I'll say is for Kobo, it's very funny to me. But the Kobo CEO, who is a white man, I'm a huge fan of his, and which is a rare thing for me to say. He's this Canadian dude who is all over Threads. I mean, anytime anybody is talking about Kobo, asking questions about Kobo, voicing frustrations with Kobo, he's there in their replies talking to the community, and I love that. I absolutely love that. Because as a CEO for a company that makes devices for readers, I'm very confident that this dude can say, "I know what readers want," because he's paying attention to conversations. Also, like, some people are "Oh, it must be their social media coordinator." Nuh-uh. The voice and tone of all these replies and posts are all the same. That's him. So, I think that's very funny. Um, but yeah. So, anyway, I love Storygraph. Big fan of devising from Amazon. I also looked at a Books Palma. If you are familiar, it is another e-ink device, but it is not only an e-reader, it's an e-ink device on which you can download apps for Kindle, for Kobo, for a couple others as well. You can download Libby directly to a Books. It does have full color, it does have a stylus, it does have notebook. So, if you're looking for a new e-reader and you're like, "Ugh, I still want to have access to Kindle and stuff," you could always just get a Books, the Books Palma is the one that I was looking at, and then download Kindle so you can still access Kindle stuff, but on a different device. So I have like the hiccups. I ate tacos, and so now I'm like, you know what I should do? If Christina were here, she'd tell me to take my meds, and then I wouldn't have acid reflux anymore. Krista says, I love when a company listens to their audience and then goes and fixes said problem. Yep. That's pretty much my bare minimum. If you do this, I'm in. Damn it. Teague says, I thought you were going to say you're confident he can read. Jeff Bozo doesn't, I'm sure. I don't think Jeff Bezos has to read. So, yeah. So, Jeff Bezos and what's her face? Leah Michelle. Both not reading. All right. We're going to hop back over to Spirit City. I am going to turn off the audio sharing. I don't know if it did that for you guys, if it did the little chime at the end of the timer, but just a heads up that that's not going to be included. What am I currently reading over here? I am hoping to get through the vast majority of this book this sprint. I'm on page 30. I'm ready to learn about what a milking technician day in the life is like. So, we're searching for another frog thingy, and I will see you all in 1 hour. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hello, hello. We found another spirit. Yay. Let's see what it is. It is indeed. Oh, it is an angler frog thing, and what I thought were going to be wings are actually just what do you call those? Like the little ear thingies that some reptiles have. Deep toad. I don't know that I like that name. That feels a little awkward given that I'm reading a book about hand jobs, basically. We'll go ahead and start the next one here. I need to give myself the lion, Lenny. Which one is that? Oh, geez. I literally might have to go look in here. It can't be one of the garden ones because it can't depend on garden spirits. Oh, Lenny, it's the cat. It's the cat. So we'll give ourselves the cat quick. Oh, you're cute. You're purple. If it's purple, I'm in, damn it. Here's the cat, and then it wants us to go to the observation deck for looking, I guess. And we want farmland and mid-afternoon, I think. What else was there? There's a lot in this one. Waking up early morning. Okay. Wind dance over the wheat fields. So we do want it to be morning. And we want wind. Soothing wind. There we go. All right. Perfect. We'll do this for our next one. But that sprint, I got to just about the halfway mark in Morning Glory Milking Farm. And this is great. This is exactly what I wanted it to be. I'm so happy. I understand that this is part of a series, question mark. So I'm like, oh no. Do I need to go read the rest of them? I'm like, Morning Glory Milking Farm. There we go. Because I really like this. I will say, a Blue Ribbon Romance, 1.5. Sweet Berries is book number 2. And looks like it's what are you? Oh, Mothman romance. Number 3 looks like it's what is it? What are you? Oh, werewolf. Okay. Number 4, one of those doesn't look like a corporeal form. Is this literally like death? I don't know. In any case, big fan of the Minotaur one. So, if anything, I might read like the 1.5, which is a Blue Ribbon Romance, which also seems to be a Minotaur one. So, I don't know. But yeah, I really like it. I'm a big fan. Turns out I like the non-dark, and specifically Vanessa, so Read with Dr. B, went to Monsterotica, and there was one of her reels. There was like this cardboard cutout, and I was like, who's he and what book is he from? So whatever. So orcs and minotaurs apparently are my jam. But yeah, so that's what I got done, is I read the first half of the book. Let's see. Jean says, I love that you get all the languages with the purchase of a Kobo book versus when you purchase just like a Kindle book, you don't get all the languages. So you do have to buy each individual language edition. I did not know that. That's cool. Jean says, I love my Kobo. I got it first, and in local festivals, Kobo has a very informative booth and good support for self-publishing. That's good to know, especially because I think a lot of authors might not know that it's easy to publish there. So I like that. I want more of them to know, so more of them can be on Kobo. Elena is back. Hello, and hello to Lexi from Lena. Mermaid stuck on land. What's your name? I don't have your name on my list of names. What would you prefer me to call you? Hello, welcome. Yeah, that's an interesting spirit. Deep Toad is a name that I wasn't really expecting. So Teague says you don't need to read the others. They're all standalones in an interconnected town. And like there's some things that look, if I'm reading monster romance, specifically CM Nacosta writes books that are erotica specifically. I don't feel like I'm going to want to read the ones that just don't interest me. There's like a mermaid one. I don't know that sea creatures are my jam. So, yeah. But I like this. I'm gonna like put it somewhere my husband can find it and read it. There's plot. Yeah, I do, and I do appreciate like some plot in a book. I read on NetGalley, it was a erotic novella called BookCon Carry On, and there was like virtually no plot whatsoever. And that's where I'm just like, eh. Because if there's no plot, then the book is relying on me being somewhat into the erotica happening. And most erotica books, at least that are like not monster themed, have dudes that are like conventionally hot. I don't like conventionally hot dudes. So, I think that there is like a lot of erotica. If there's no plot, if there's not like a romance that I should care about and like a plot that I should care about, I'm just like, another dude with rippling abs. Who cares? That's how I feel about it. You can call me mermaid or Tara, whichever works. Oh, hello, welcome. How's it going? Welcome in. Welcome into talking about Morning Glory Milking Farm. Which definitely is a different. I also do like that this has a different premise than Milking with the Minotaur. They're both silly, but I love this. This also, I will say, like, this is doing a really solid job of building up the world that it's in, which for a 210-page book, that's really about the erotica. I'm surprised at how good of a job it's doing at establishing this cozy little town where a bunch of different creatures are coexisting together. So I'm a big fan of this. I didn't expect to like the world building that much. So, yeah, I'm just writing down here. Cool. But yeah, so I might read the Mothman one though too, because Mothman, I might be interested. We'll see. And then after I finish this, so I have half of it left. I don't know that I'll finish in one more sprint, but I'll definitely finish it tonight, and then I'll dive back into A Forbidden Alchemy. My goal this weekend, so tomorrow, I've got I'm gonna go see my best friend. I ordered some stuff for her online, so I'm gonna go and bring that to her. She is fostering service dog in training puppies. I'm so excited. She has fostered dogs for a long time, but now she's just starting to foster service dogs in training. And so she has a little puppy. He's like 3 months old and he's learning how to be a service dog. So I'm gonna go meet him. And we're gonna go to something. She's just like, we're gonna go to this thing. I don't know what it is, no idea. But then the local Twin Cities, Minneapolis, St. Paul area has a Bookstagram meetup. So if you love books, if you're in Minneapolis, every month we have a meetup. You can go to MN Bookstagram on Instagram, and there's meetup details. But we're gonna go to a brewery and just talk about what books we've been reading and loving lately, and then we go to a bookstore. It's very cute. And then I'll come back, and I believe tomorrow. Who is sprinting tomorrow? I made sure to I did take note of who was sprinting tomorrow because I was like, huh. Oh yeah, so Ati and Coda are sprint. Well, Nicole is starting at midnight my time, going to super early. But Ati is sprinting tomorrow, and then Coda's closing out the weekend. And then Monday, there's no work for me, and Monday we have Dee Dee starting at 5 a.m. Central. Paula taking over at 1 p.m. Central. Ati taking over at 8 p.m. Central. What a fantastic day of sprinting. So I'm hoping throughout the course of the next 3 days, we're going to finish this. We're going to finish this because I need to get it mailed out. And then I would like to say that I can finish both, but I don't know if that's going to be possible. But I would like to make a huge dent in and or finish The Atlas Complex by Allie Blake. I have the audiobook already purchased. We are good. And then the other book that I drew for my roll for TBR is A Scoring Chance by AJ Alexander. I have this entire series, and every single one of them is 600 pages long. 600 pages long for a hockey romance. Now, I've met AJ Alexander, and they're a lovely human being. The text is very large, and the book is relatively small, like compared to other books. So yes, it's 600 pages, but if it were printed in a larger format, it probably wouldn't not be. However, something about a 603-page romance scares the living shit out of me. And there's 4 of them, so yeah, I'm hoping to get through the vast majority of all of these this weekend. That would be phenomenal. Yeah, I have all my stuff like piled up over off to the side here, so gotta repile. Teak says, the world building is great. I also appreciate the positive representation of sex work. There's also some decent commentary on immigration and diversity in class later on. Yeah, so I really, really, what I love so far about this is that, like, granted, I'm halfway through the first book, and I will say, like, first, the main character is struggling with the idea of, like, is this sex work? And, like, on her first day, the person who's training her is like, well, no, you are working for a pharmaceutical company and you are collecting specimens. You happen to be collecting specimens via hand job. However, so it's like they are reframing like themselves in their brains. However, it also is very much like it's validating throughout the course of the day what they're doing, what they're going through, and the fact that they're all people who are just doing their jobs. And they found a field that they're good at that they can make money in. So I do like that a lot. And you say like commentary on immigration, diversity, and class later on. I am seeing a little bit of that right now because like this book is about a woman who she went to school for art history and nonprofit management, got a master's degree, and finds herself deeply in debt. Her parents, who live in an all-human settlement, which I feel is important, are like, hey, move back home with us. We'd love that for you. And she's like, no thanks. Don't love that. The job market sucks. She's struggling to find a job in our field. So she gets a job as a milking technician at Morning Glory Milking Farms, which is a pharmaceutical company's semen collection facility. So her job is to milk them to get their specimens. So as she's like has this job, the job is in a town that is significantly more diverse than the all human settlement she's from. And so I'm already seeing a bit of that commentary come in, and I really like it. How she's like, hey, look at all of the benefits this community has for how diverse it is. And like, look at these cool restaurants. And I love the vibe of all these people around, etc. So I really like that. Overall, this is shaping up to be like a favorite book of mine, which is great. So can't wait to talk about it tomorrow at book club, not club, but T says, well, I'll be rereading that tonight. Move over, Secret Garden. I've got Minotaur hand jobs to read. Legitimately though, like I am so enjoying this. This is great. I don't know what I was expecting out of the actual prose of it, but I am really enjoying it. This is one that is sort of indie. I say sort of indie. It was published technically by an indie press called Meduas Editorial. Editorial. Um, but it's definitely like it has self-pub vibes. Like there is definitely several spelling or like typo errors, but honestly couldn't care less. Couldn't care less because it's great. So that's how I'm feeling about it. Yep. Teek says, I bought a physical copy of it for my shelves because I loved it so much. Yeah. Yep. All right. So let's go. Let's just dive back in. I'll see how quickly I can get through this second half. And then I'll see you guys in another hour. So happy milking, I guess. All right, welcome back. We've got another spirit. Yay! And it's it's a little fluffy lion. It's a dandelion. Oh, cute. Oh, and its name is literally Dandelion, so that tracks. Sorry, I'm like trying to put my headphone cord in a way that won't be in the way, and I suppose you have been able to hear that. Great. All right, let's get all my microphone stuff out of the way. Cool. Let's set up our next spirit. If I'm going to be sprinting for a couple more hours, we will see how many we can get of this list. We also have a new rank. Yay. So let me put this away for a sec. We need to get Sunquill, who is, of course, the bird thingy. Cool. Sunquill seemed excited by sounds of ocean birds playing along the beachfront. Fresh air on the balcony. That's what we're doing right now. Beachfront. Is this beach then? Okay, this is beach. And then let's go get this bird. I don't like when the game makes me have other creatures. All right. I've got Sunquill. We're at the beach. I don't know what time of day it needs to be. But what was the sound it needed? Sounds of ocean birds. Seagulls, baby. We're going to turn those as far down as we can. All right, cool. We're just sitting with our bird at the beach, listening to seagulls. Perfect. All right, I have made it to page 160. I don't know if I can finish in one more sprint. I think I can. I think I can finish in one more sprint. We might do the next sprint like an hour and 10 minutes. I fucking love this book, you guys. I think my only criticism is that occasionally, like, there are time and setting jumps where there, how like normally in books, the scene change will be like there will be some sort of separator, 3 dots or whatever. This does not have that. This will be like she's thinking about a past event while she's having dinner with somebody, and then it'll jump back into conversation, but it's so abrupt you don't know when it's happening. And then there will be other times where it is different scenes, but there's no separation whatsoever. So that is a little bit jarring. Other than that, it's flawless. So yeah. But yeah, so I really, really like it. I'm a big fan. All right, let's see how y'all are doing. Let's move this back over to the side. At the break, it said happy milking. Take green. I did put in the links. Princess and Paco are both sprinting on Paco's channel, Bad Witch Books. So during our next sprint, hop over there, give them a like, say hi. And then also Jen is sprinting for Kooky Gayham weekend. So make sure that you go and give Jen some love as well. Give people a like, go say hello, let them know what you're reading. Love that. Christina popped back in, hi to Teague, and reminded us to hydrate, stretch, take those meds, tickle those like buttons, check your laundry if you have to. And says she's been distracted. Charles brought home some supper, but it took so long to get it. He only had like 5 minutes before he had to go back to work. Aw. He took his whole break to make sure you're fed. That's very cute. It's very nice. Krista made it to chapter 24. Amazing. Very nice. And Jimmy got to 45% my arc and made some pasta for dinner and also fed all the cats. You got a productive sprint. I like that. Krista has about 250 pages left. Nice. You can, I mean, I don't know what speed you read at, but 250 pages feels doable if you stay up late, depending on how late you want to stay up. And then Tara said, I read about 19 pages of Salt Crop by Yumi Katase. I have not heard of that, but I'm going to go look it up. All right. It is a sci-fi book. In Earth's not-too-distant future, seas consume coastal cities, highways disintegrate underwater, and mutant fish lurk in pirate-controlled depths. Skipper, a skilled sailor and the youngest of 3 sisters, earns money skimming and reselling plastic from the ocean to care for her ailing grandmother. But then her eldest sister, Nora, goes missing. Nora had left home a decade ago in pursuit of a cure for failing crops all over the world. When Skipper and her other sister, Carmen, receive a cryptic plea for help, they must put aside their differences and set out across the sea to find and save Nora. As they voyage through a dying world, both beautiful and strange, encountering other travelers along the way, they learn more about their sister's work and the corporations that want what she discovered. But the farther they go, the more uncertain their mission becomes. What dangerous attention did Nora attract, and how well do they really know their sister or each other? Thus begins an epic journey spanning oceans and continents and a wistful rumination on sisterhood, friendship, and ecological disaster. That sounds phenomenal. That sounds literally so good. Oh my God. Like, also, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of A Letter to the Luminous Deep by Sylvie Cathrall. But this feels a little bit like more serious and darker. A Letter to the Luminous Deep is told in the form of letters between a sister, a girl whose sister disappeared in an underwater explosion, and a man whose brother disappeared in the same explosion. So these two, who don't know each other, start writing letters back and forth because they have each found letters that their siblings had written to each other. So these two are writing letters back and forth, passing, oh, hey, I found this letter that my sister wrote. Oh, hey, I found this letter my brother wrote. I found these notes that my sister was taking, whatever. They're both writing letters back and forth to figure out what happened to their, like, what events led up to their siblings disappearing in this explosion. And so it feels really similar where like siblings are trying to figure out like what were they exploring and learning about that led them to be in this situation, and could they possibly be saved? So it feels a little bit like that, although A Letter to the Luminous Deep is definitely not dark, scary, etc. But this sounds absolutely fantastic. So I'm gonna mark it on my list. Jean says, I got half a chapter of Daggermouth. Very nice. Trudging along. This is Tara, Tara, is mermaid. I will say it is a slower sci-fi book and does take a little bit to get into. I've read one other work by the author and it was the same way. But yeah, they might have a writing style that's a little bit slower. I would just listen to an audiobook. That's how I get around that. If I listen to an audiobook, I can get through anything. And it does have an audiobook, which is great. Christina. Oh, sorry. Hi. Christina is our mother, for lack of a better term. She takes care of us and makes sure that we're eating and drinking and taking our meds and have all our links to everything. So Jean says, what book has the letters writing back and forth? It's called A Letter to the Luminous Deep by Sylvie Cathrall. I suppose I could type it in the chat too. Gotta turn my keyboard back on. A Letter to the Luminous Deep, Sylvie Cathrall. Yeah, I loved A Letter to the Luminous Deep, and it does have a sequel. I own the sequel, and I just have to read it. A Letter to the Lonesome Shore, so I gotta read that one still. But it was not only epistolary, it was epistolary with indices. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't just one person writing diary entries. And it wasn't just two people writing letters. It was two people writing letters with scraps of other stuff that they included that all built this story together. And I'm a big fan. Absolutely obsessed. And Tara's like, hi. Yeah, so that's the book I was talking about. I'm not sure if I spelled the author's last name correctly. So, but if you search A Letter to the Luminous Deep, that'll be it. All right, that's the end of our comments. Super fast. Ooh, knocking on my shit. Super, super fast, which means I can get back to reading about Minotaur handjobs. I'm a little too excited about this. Melsa's ran out to get dinner, getting ready to make some green chili enchiladas. Here's the thing. I would love to love enchiladas. I don't, but I love that for you. Very nice. So now you can make your food on this next sprint and then come back and read with us after. Let's get back to Spirit City. We'll pull that down, pull that back over here, and we'll find our next spirit. And I will see y'all in 1 hour. And I mean, at this point, it's just going to become my sign off. Happy milking. All right, party people, welcome back. Welcome back. Let's see what spirit we got. Let's go. Oh, it is a pirate bird. That looks a little bit like a clown. I don't know that I'm a fan. See, here's the thing. You commit to this color scheme, this very primary color scheme, and then look at what's in the back here. Little pastel rainbow tail. I don't think I'm a fan of this, but that's fine. That we don't have to like them all. Baship can get us by with her little flowers. All right. I think we're going to end up doing one more sprint. So, we're going to find this thing, which must be bug related. We're going to do chapter pillar. Video adapting to a video game, curled up on a cabin seat. So let's go put on chapter pillar, who has got to be a caterpillar looking dude. Where are you? I know you exist right here. There we go. Obviously, got to make it purple. And we need to be inside the train playing video games. And space opera. So, I wonder, first and foremost, let's turn sequels off. I wonder if there's like there is a train thing for space. Perfect. And that's what we needed. This is also a nice darker screen, and the darker screen is better for my eyeballs, considering that I have glasses now because my eyeballs hurt. All right. So I finished it. It was great. I loved it. I'm going to say that I think there were two main things that drop this down to like a 4.25, 4.5 for me. And those are, first, the really weird scene transitions that weren't really a transition. That pulled me out of things a little bit. But then also, there wasn't enough erotica for me. And what I mean by that is it almost got like too saccharine sweet at the end. Like as she is performing her hand jobs, she's thinking the whole time about taking it from him. And then we get like one scene where it happens. And I'm like, I want a little bit more than that. I want a little bit more payoff at the end. Which I suppose all of them want too. Anyway. But I will almost certainly read she also rewrote this book from his perspective. I will almost certainly read that one too. I don't know that I'll read the rest of the series because I think the thing that I liked about this was that it was a Minotaur. But in any case, it was still very good. Obviously, I crushed it in a couple hours, so I was a big fan. I'm gonna put my cock mark back in my bookmarks thing. And now we're gonna move on to A Forbidden Alchemy by Stacey McEwen. We'll change the little banner during the sprint here. But yeah, so happy that I finished though. That was very good. And now I have to I'm gonna have to go. I'm just picking up books that are on my TBR pile, and I'm like, I guess I'm gonna read this. So I also keep forgetting that I'm in a readathon. I have to go see if the books that I'm reading qualify for the readathon that I'm doing right now, and I don't even know where my team is at. So good. Let's see. Glenda said hello to Tara, and then Tara said I'm heading out. So good night to Tara a long time ago. You're welcome, Jean. And Glenda said good night to Tara and take care. She said, LOL, pirate bird. Yeah, I don't like the pirate bird. The color scheme is too too primary and bright for me. And it looks a little clowny. Mel says halfway done making the enchiladas. They're for tomorrow. Okay. I was like, girl, it's 10:30 p.m. where I'm at. So even if you're on the West Coast, you're at 8:30 p.m. You're eating on a Spaniard's time. But for tomorrow makes more sense. And yay, you're finishing my book. Woo. Teak says that is a fair critique. More down to Cowtown. Yeah, I wanted more out of the way it ended. There was a lot of internal thought processes from her, and I wanted a lot more interaction between them at the end. So, she wrote it from his PV too? Yes. It's called Blue Ribbon Romance. It is book 1.5 in the series. Yeah, I might just go tropes. Go ahead. Tropesandtrifles.com, and let's just see if the local romance bookstore sells it. Let's just go see. Because if they do, I kind of have to stop by tomorrow anyway. You guys want to hear some fuckery? I accidentally, maybe I did it on purpose. That's not fair. I did not realize that I bought myself a ticket to an author event, and like, hold on, Morning Glory Milking Farm. I'm trying to search Morning Glory Milking Farm at my local romance bookstore because I know that they've sold it before, and apparently they don't now. Right. But a local author event for Sarah A. Parker, author of To Bleed a Crystal Bloom and When the Moon Hatched, her second book. In When the Moon Hatched came out, A Ballad of Fallen Dragons. And apparently, I bought myself a ticket to the launch event. Comes with a signed book. You get to meet Sarah A. Parker. You get to get your book personalized from her. I have no memory of buying that ticket. Had no idea I had a ticket to the event. So everyone's like posting their stuff, and I'm like, oh, I hope they had a good time. I have not read When the Moon Hatched, but I love the To Bleed Crystal Bloom series. And then I get an email from the bookstore who hosted the event saying, hey, so sorry you missed it. Pick up your signed book because it comes with the ticket. And I'm like, are you sure? I don't recall buying. But here's the thing. If I had known, I would have gotten my To Bleed a Crystal Bloom series signed. Damn it. I would have gotten the other series that she wrote. I would have gotten them all signed because I have all the indie copies of it. So, great. You got to go there to pick up my book. Jamie says I got to 52% in my arc and made more coffee. Those two things go hand in hand. Glenda says, got to chapter 3, 8% of Draken King. How are you liking it? Oh, and Mel also wants to know, how are you liking it so far? Jamie says, enchiladas. Yeah, make some for Jamie too. Share. Glenda says, it's okay so far, Mel. It is a chunky ebook. Okay. Raise your hand if you saw the most recent reel that I posted. Actually, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get it. I'll be right back. I ordered a book online because I got into a street team for a pair of authors. It was a mystery street team, so I didn't know what authors it would be. I haven't read any of their books. So I was like, I'm going to order one of their books. And then the Amazon box arrives, and I ordered from Amazon. I know. I'm aware. I don't normally do that. It was the only place to get it. They are an indie, currently in the process of being tradpubbed. Anyway, I pick up the box, and I'm like, did I order an entire series of books? What is in here? What is this? It's because it was this. Like, do you hear that? This thing is, this book is 738 pages long. I didn't know that. Amazon did not tell me this. Jesus. Whenever you look at an ebook and you're just like, oh yeah, I'll just pick up the ebook, no idea how long it is. And even when I see a high page number, I'm like, digital pages are different because they're smaller, my font is big, whatever. This is, are you shitting me? Anyway, it's The Ascended by Bree Greenwich and Parker Lennox. Because I'm on their street team now. Yay. And I will say, for how beefy this is, every single chapter page header has a full page illustration. Like, and I do mean every single chapter header. Oops. And from what I'm understanding so far, I believe every single illustration is different. So, like, yeah, is it 700 pages? But also, for every single individual chapter, I mean, it's 70 chapters at least. There's different illustrations. So crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I did not know. Mel says, I'm hoping I get approved for it. I really enjoy Terry J. Benton Walker's books. That's a long Terry J. Benton Walker. Oh, then yeah, I hope you get approved. You can always email the publisher and be like, hey, it'd be really chill. Helping me out. Teague says, it's giving Zodiac Academy. I own all the original indies and they're all weapons. Yeah. This boy is thick. Their other books that I need to get are Riftborn and Duskbound, but they're being re-released, they're trad released. And usually, in most cases, I usually like the indie covers. However, for Riftborn, the deluxe special edition paperback that's coming out in November, it looks so good. So I'm like, okay, I'll get ebooks for now. So I got them in my Kobo. The new one's gonna be so cute. The indie was not as cute, so I'm not doing the indie copy for that one. It's also really hard to find. So, all right. I think, like I said, we are going to do one more. I'm really tired. We're gonna do one more sprint. We are gonna do the full hour. We're gonna bring this back up. I will add my new currently reading here in a second. So yeah, we're gonna do one more sprint. I'm gonna read Forbidden Alchemy and annotate. And then I will bid you all adieu. And I want to say that Jen is still sprinting as well. And Jen will be handing off her sprints to someone else. So we'll make sure that even when I'm done sprinting, you will absolutely have a friend to go hang out with still, no matter what. So, all right, we'll go ahead and start our hour, and I will see you then. Happy milking. All right, welcome back. Welcome back from our last sprint. We did indeed find another spirit. It's got to be bug themed. Oh, and it is. Oh, it's got like a button nose. It's a little tech bug. Because our current one is a book bug. Startigrade. Huh. Yeah, our current one is a book bug, so this one must be all about tech stuff. But it's weird that the nose looks like a button. That feels like it doesn't jive with the tech stuff, but whatever. All right. So we'll pull that off there. All right. I got to page 130. So chapter 18 in A Forbidden Alchemy. I did start at chapter 12, so about page 75. So yeah, like 50 plus pages done, which feels good. This is a book that I'm reading for my traveling book club. And so we read and we annotate, and then we pass to the next person. I actually don't have the copy of the traveling book club book yet. My friend is currently reading that. So, but it's my month to read it. She's a little behind, which is fine. So I'm gonna visit her tomorrow and be like, "Hey, are you done?" so that I can annotate the copy that I'm gonna be actually mailing on. So I'm like annotating in this a little bit. I'm not doing full annotations. I'm just doing like little reminders for myself. And then when I get the copy she's got, I'll do full annotations. So then I can send it along, because the copy she has is the one with everyone else's annotations in it. So, but I'm really liking it so far. A Forbidden Alchemy by Stacey McEwen. I read a Stacey McEwen book. I think early this year or late last year, Allege. That was her debut novel. And the thing is, her debut novel, Ledge, I thought had a fantastic idea for a plot in a universe. Like, honestly, I dropped my note tabs. Where'd they go? I thought Ledge, was just, the execution was really rough. Like, if I think about the universe that she created with Ledge and how the plot was advancing, I was like, hell yeah, but the pacing was really weird and the development of characters was kind of stilted. So the execution of Ledge, I felt, was really rough, from my personal opinion. But I was like, wow, this is a writer who is dreaming up a world that is unique, and I want to know what happens. Like, when I put down Ledge, I wanted to pick it back up. I was like, I gotta know what happens. So I'm really excited that as I'm reading A Forbidden Alchemy, and again, so I'm on page 130, so I'm at, I don't know, what percentage am I at now? As I'm reading this, I'm seeing that, like, her writing style, in my opinion, has definitely matured. Like, I'm 25% of the way in now, and I'm definitely actually seeing a much more fluid progression of plot points. There's events at the beginning that grab you right away. I'm seeing much smoother character development. So I'm really, really happy with it, because I'm still seeing what I loved of her first book, but executed in a way that shows the maturity of her writing, which I'm just, it's a very fun thing. Yay. All right, let's see how y'all did. Glenda clarified that yes, Nicole will be sprinting after Jen. So right now, Jen is still sprinting. She is sprinting for about 10 more minutes, and then Nicole will be starting. So, you'll be able to hop over, catch the very end of Jen's, and then hop into Nicole's sprint. I'm just gonna double check. Yeah, Paco and Princess have finished for the night. Christina's working on some admin, and you're welcome for hosting. Yay. I'll be back every Friday night now. Mel finished the enchiladas, yay! And now we can go to bed. Finally, I'll read DCC 3 until my eyes close. Thanks for the sprints. Lovely seeing your face. Lovely seeing your face the other day, too, when I looked at your sprints. Jean says I read Stacey McEwen's first book. I can't remember the name of it. I'm pretty sure Ledge was her first book, right? No, I gotta go look. Because she wrote Ledge, Chasm, and Valley. It's a trilogy. And that Ledge was her first book, I'm pretty sure. It was published in 2021. It was written far before that. But then A Forbidden Alchemy is her new series, and there's in my opinion, huge difference in the writing style. Same inventive world building, same characters that I really like. I'm rooting for these characters. You can tell that one of them is supposed to be kind of an antagonist or like a reluctant protagonist, but you can't help but like him. So yeah, Red Ledge 2 Christmases ago. And so yeah, I'm very, very happy to see that her writing has really matured. It's exciting. So all right, it is 11:52 p.m. I will I'm going to toss the link in here for the Sprint Train playlist for Kooky Mayhem. So if you are, got a little long. If you are, oh, why did it do in two like that? No. Hold on, let me fix that. I just want the actual text of this link. Thank you very much. I don't want to turn my keyboard on, so there we go. So there's the link for the Kooky Sprint Train so that you can hop over to say hello or goodnight to Jen before she finishes, and then hop over to Nicole Sprints if you want to stay sprinting. Jean says, I bought it as soon as it came out. I missed Stacy's reels with her husband. They were so cute. And Stacy's social media is the reason that I wanted to read her books in the first place. So I do like those too. All right. I'll let y'all hop over there, but thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. I hope you have a great rest of your evening, day, if you are across one of the oceans from me. And I will see you all on Friday. Have a good one. Bye.